Okay, well, good morning, friends. Thanks for joining and watching, if you indeed are. Oh, what a frustrating couple of days it's been. This is one of the things that really does irritate me about X-Plane. I think it was pretty much fine up until the Vulkan transition to 11.5. And then for the beta, of course, it was fine for a little bit, and then I had some pretty significant issues that sort of took me away from X-Plane for a while, because it's the troubleshooting is when you can't find an answer is fruitless and pointless. Anyway, after the dramas of yesterday, I did some tweaking, had a look around to see if anybody else had similar issues, and not really, to be honest. Haven't really got very far in that respect. Thought it might be something to do with Sam. That was a bit of a red herring. As you can see, I've got the frame rate counter up, and we're holding steady at around about 30, which is okay, which is absolutely fine for Concorde. With the 152 here, that would probably be about 40 or 50, so fine. It does take a bit of a hit, but it looks like it's a shader issue. Sometimes it seems that running on OpenGL helps, but it's really difficult to replicate, and the issue with that is that I've done tweaks this morning, clearing the shader cache, doing a few of the other things, and even then it works one time, and then you either close down X-Plane and restart it, or restart the PC. I'm not quite sure the order in which I've done it so many times, and the issue crops up again, and it is absolutely infuriating. So I was doing some testing, I was going to switch to OpenGL, I opened it in Vulkan again, and this is what I got, so I thought, well, we'll just keep with this. The time before, with no other changes, I was getting 10 FPS when I was in this exact same position, and as you can see, it looks like it's just tanking a little bit again, and that's with running all the other add-ons that I'm running at the moment as well. So you know, a Chrome window open. When I was testing, I had the same projectFLY open, but not necessarily running. Same with Pegasus. Active skies on. Obviously, weather does make a difference, but it's not that big a difference. Xpilot's running, and turning that on drops it by 1 or 2 FPS, which isn't bad considering how many aircraft there are to display, and it doesn't seem to make a difference how many aircraft there are either. Anyway, we are where we are. I haven't really done any of the flight planning any differently. We're still using 8.7 tons of payload, a packs of 80, and the weight's sort of tweaked, so we've got about 87.8 tons as a zero fuel weight, and you know, it's ever so slightly different in this. It gives you the gross weight of 183, and if we look flight prep payload, there we go, that's what I got it to, 87,844, which is not far off. So I think the operating empty weight is not actually the operating empty weight. Concorde Performance System gives it as 79133, which would probably take into account some of the crew being in there and their bags, which I think, in fairness, is probably the right way round to do it. Anyway, we've got full fuel as well, and that gives us, where were we? Aircraft here, max takeoff weight 185. 185,070 is what I've got, but that's not far off, and there's our current gross weight. We physically can't take any more fuel. So we had a little bit of extra payload, but probably not enough to get us there. Anyway, that is the airplane. I've tried to disable the cabin as well to get some frames back. That doesn't seem to work. I've tweaked the volumes, so that might be a bit better, and it's just all just a bit of a pain, to be honest. And once it starts to do this, I end up disappearing for a little while because it just isn't worth the grief. Anyway, I'm going to keep the frame rate counter up just to see it. I might try and report a bug, but when it's difficult to replicate, you know, how do you report that? Anyway, enough chat. We don't want to be too late. I know it's earlier than yesterday. Ideally, I want to get down there and come back, but it's probably going to be, I don't know. I'll see how I feel, and I see how we'll get on. Again, because I'm not confident of getting back and having decent frames, that lack of confidence means I don't want to be sat there for 4 hours and then come back to that horrific landing and approach. It just ruins the immersion and ruins everything. So we'll see. I did want to get you know, one way there yesterday and come back today, preferably in the daylight. Anyway, whatever, rant over. Heathrow ground's just come on. There was no Gatwick and Luton were on. That seems pretty quiet today. It would have been great to fly yesterday because it was the whole of London was online. It was busy, but it wasn't to be. So thanks, Laminate. If you could pull your finger out and fix this, it would be great. Like I said, I mean, I say that and I don't even know what the issue is, but there is one. So without further ado, and without me continuing to moan, let's jump in. Everything looks like it's running. And for a change, look, everything is off. That's good. You can see the frames tank there. That's why I wanted to get rid of the cabin. I dare not open the door. So the brake is set. Let's just have a quick panel scan on the top. Everything's off. Obviously those lights shouldn't be on, should they? Seeing as should be no power to the aeroplane. It's good to see the MIs. Are those MIs? Maybe not, maybe it's just the other ones, but anyway, those indicators go off, which is quite cool. Everything else is off. That's set takeoff, that's set climb. Oh well, they should be off, shouldn't they? Is that just because I left them there? There we go, those should be off. Nothing's up front, I will pull out just so we remember. Set those. I've increased the shadows again just because it does look so much better. 8192 for all the shadow maps. Still not perfect, but really does make a difference. The throttles are at idle. The afterburners should be off. See, I'm getting better with my flows. That should be set to 2000. You'll fail your instrument rating if you don't do that after you've parked. So I'm told. So, in reality, that would get some power to the airplane. AC. Pop the batteries on. Of course, those should change, but they don't. Thanks to Catchy Muscle for the tip about the shaders. I did do that, and unfortunately, thanks for the tip, but I don't know if it worked because after I did it, I had the same issues. So you know, I've deleted things. I've deleted the shader cache a couple of times. It's just the whole point of that is to save time and to save issues. But if it's creating more issues, then it's not working, is it? So everything there has done its thing, hasn't it? Let's get some of these up. And 30 odd frames, I can live with that. I'm not greedy. 30 frames, 25, 30 frames, I'm more than happy with. I'd have that all the time, that would be great. I don't mind having to set it slightly higher just to get it to work. If it does, you know, actually work. Don't need that. Do need those. Don't need those all the way. There you go. Pretty much do it, won't it? Good. So ground power is effectively on. So are the batteries, because we can't do them the other way. Equipment cooling bay can come to auto, normal on, standby off. I know Mav puts that on, but that's not what I've got from the checks. Forward shut, and then the mass flow should work because the fans are on. Air data computers, can't really see them here, so let's do it. Oh, I can't even do it that way. Let's do it like that. Drain masts can. They should have been off, shouldn't they? They are off, just can't see them. So, 10 is above, they can stay off, and all the lights are on. And IRS, there is CVAT, onto standby, check it. 5, doors open. Let's get these aligning. And we'll pop it into position, and I'll pop that in a moment. Transponder test. Well, we can't do anything with the TCAS, even though we've allegedly got it. Can't use it. Be nice though, wouldn't it? As always, if you are watching, please say hi. So, align test, present position, and load route. Well, I can't load the route, I've got to put it all in. Which is a shame. Let's get the weather for Heathrow. There is ATIS 128075, which is set. So I'll just put 1215 on that side. Oh, Heathrow Tower, Heathrow approach. Good, it's getting busy. 217 is ground. There's no oceanic, so we can't request clearance there. Then we're going to speak to Tower 1185. And then we'll be speaking to Director 119725. So, can't get the voice. That might just be a delay in the system, so let's leave that on for a moment. So, get the charts. With any luck, we'll get some London online. Oh, London South has come online, 129425, and it would be nice if they cleared us all the way through. So, we need Woodley 352. I'm just going to turn that one off. Cycle. Just because, you know, you've seen it with the transponder, that can go a bit squiffy. 1136 set. We need Compton 114. 35. It's actually 281 inbound. Which means it's the 101 radial. That's going to be our first waypoint. They'll probably give us that weird heading initially. Still can't hear the ATIS, so let's get it off of the VATSIM. Let's see how that compares with active sky. So, variable 1702304. Yeah, that's absolutely the same. So it's worth checking just so you don't get bitten. That is Juliet. Info Juliet at 1050. That's a bit of a worry. Doesn't say on active sky when it was last updated. Explain real time. Okay, whatever. 09 right, which suits us. I mean, it doesn't. Well, I suppose it does suit us. We get off the ground and do a right turn straight away. It's probably easier than doing the taxi. Single runway, transition level 75, 200 at 4. Variable between 170230, 10k or more. Well, I'm reading this out just because, of course, you guys can't see it. Few 1200. It's quite difficult to read, actually. Broken 2800. Temperature 12. Dew point 9. QNH1008. Also, the spacing's a bit weird. It's a lot easier to just write all that down. It's quicker to write all of that down. So we can only transmit on box 1. Otherwise it would be great to be able to switch those two over, because I don't know what the transmit. I don't know how you transmit on the other one. I don't think you can. I don't know if that's an X-Pilot. You can definitely do a keyboard command to switch it over, or a text command. Anyway, trim-wise, what do we think? I'm going to set about, I think, 2. Hope for the best. The flight plan says 2.5. We're pretty heavy, so I think it's probably more like 1.5, so something in the middle. We will set. So that's that set. We want 250 for the departure. 270, what am I talking about? 09. Is the runway heading. And then it'll be right hand turned 200, won't it? So I'll pop that there to remind me. Under DME we don't need any.
Spirit 2585, Heathrow ground.
Frame rate's holding up, which is the most important thing. Set to about 3000. And then the initial is 6 for all the departures from Heathrow. So London South is still online. Cool. Right, what I'm going to do is pop the, or should we get departure? Why don't we get departure clearance first? One thing I haven't done is set the altimeter, which is 1008. So let's go 2978. Heathrow ground, good morning, Speedbird Concorde 613.
Speedbird Concorde 613, Heathrow ground, good morning, pass message.
Speedbird Concorde 613, type Concorde, information Juliet, QNH 1008, stand 518, request departure clearance to Barbados, please.
Speedbird 613, roger, stand by, number 1.
I guess he's going to have to do some coordination to see what they want. And I wonder why they do the headings. I think they do the headings just to try and deconflict from anybody else on the departure. 09 right is preferred because it's a right turn, you're not crossing over a runway, and had we just been on Unicom, that's what I would have used anyway, and it's the short taxi. 27 miles Compton, DME on the right hand side is 1 mile. Of course we do need the decimal points for these. Can you see how many segments there are? It looks like there's 4 segments, doesn't it? So I think that would have been the decimal. Colimata could update that, that would be great.
Good morning, Speedbird 2770 for push and start. Speedbird 2770, stand 522, push and start approved. Push and start approved, Speedbird 2770. And Speedbird Concorde 613, you're cleared Barbados. Via the Compton, then flight plan route. After departure runway 09 right, climb straight ahead, London DME 2. Then turn right to a heading 220 degrees, climb to 6,000 feet, squawk 1464.
Go to Barbados, direct Compton, flight plan route. After departure, runway heading 2 DME London, right turn heading 220 degrees, climb altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 1464, Speedbird Concorde 613.
Speedbird Concorde 613, correct, QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, Speedbird Concorde 613. Good, so we have been given our clearance. It was 220 on the heading. So runway heading, what are we going to do? I think we'll hand fly that. So we'll set that before departure. I know it doesn't take a long time to do. I'll see. You know what it's like, it does get busy and one does run out of hands, eyes, arms and brain doing this single crewed, even though everything isn't completely modelled, and we've got all of the radio work and frequencies to switch over. So, got to get the automation in early. It is still challenging to fly. I think I've still got the experimental flight mode on. Let's just have a look at that. Yes, there it is, because it does seem to help the airplane behave a bit better. There's somebody landing, which is nice.
Speedbird 285, some 552, ready for push and start.
Alright, maybe he disappeared. Whatever.
Speedbird 285, stand 552, push and start approved, face south.
So parking stand cohorts. Let's pop these in.
Last session blocked. Air France 322 radio check. Air France 322 with Building 5. Air France 322 requesting IFR clearance stand 327-1772 Paris Charles de Gaulle. Air France 322, just looking at your flight plan, you don't seem to have included a route in there. Stand by. Stand by,
Don't forget kids, don't read back a standby. Should know this off by heart now, shouldn't I? 2037. North 51200, east of 5. 51000, east 8. So 4645. 0, west 20.
Swiss 269 with Heathrow ground. Currently don't see you on my SMR. Swiss 269, you're with Heathrow ground. Contact Gatwick Tower 124.225.
3045. 3440. 4130. 45 23450. And you see I've tweaked these slightly. I did see 4645 West 20. I did see Sierra Papa tracks, but they look different to the link that I posted with the BA charts. Now I could be wrong, but I sort of just tweaked those to eyeball it a bit better and also pick some more modern waypoints that were probably relatively close. 5125, yes, did that one. 51355, 2037. That's MALBY. We're going to be accelerating between MALBY and Merley, so 2 and 3, with about 50 to 52 miles to go. Coast of Wales as usual. 51295, 32. Perfect. They're all north and west. There we are, down to 3.
Heathrow ground, Scandinavian 775 with you at Ortho.
So when it's done, transponder can't do.
Second left Bravo, stand 224.
DVs are shut. What we should have had was nav lights on.
Second left Bravo,
those on.
stand 224.
Those on.
775.
And we can then go to the joys of the flight control inverters. There we go. Anti-stall on. RAD INS both set to RAD. Instrument transfer switches all to the left. QNH set cross-checked.
Good morning, Seabird 99 stand 544 Boeing 787 QNH 1008 Infantry Juliet request IFR to Toronto.
Transponder 1464.
99 Heathrow ground, good morning, clear Toronto. Alt of 1 Juliet departure 09 right, squawk 2725. Clear to Toronto, umlaut 1 Juliet departure.
Pilot set 220 after.
2725, Seabird 99.
Let's check set, nav lights on. Throttle masters are on main.
Request taxi Speedbird T770.
Yeah, yellow off. Big fans off. Pressurization, can't do anything.
Taxi Yankee to Alpha
Fuel's
and
on.
HOTAS.
All shut. I 88.
Alpha Yankee HOTAS Speedbird
Auto.
T770.
And then again, batteries over here are all in line.
Scandinavian 775, taxi straight ahead on Bravo and stand 224.
So INS,
Bravo, stand 224.
let's have a look. It's gone down to 2. Let's get that down to 0. Get onto nav. Distance, time, they're all green. Turn those on as well.
And speedbird 285.
Let's get the door shut and the stairs gone.
Speedbird 285 standby. Break. Speedbird 2770. Turn 118.5. 118.5. Speedbird 277. Set cheers, bye.
So load sheet, we're happy with 0 fuel weight and everything.
Second right alpha.
So we'll be ready to request start in a moment. Door lights checked. And what we do need is all the pumps on.
Speedbird 285. Taxi Charlie, then second right alpha, then hope on hold Horka for you. Speedbird 285. Speedbird 99 stand 5 for Horka, see push start.
So master recall.
Speedbird 99, hold position, I'll play back. Hold position, Speedbird 99.
Checked. Let's get a better pushback.
Ground to cockpit.
Let's do that just in case.
Up.
Just in case they get us north. I'm sure they won't, but you never know. And it is a pain to redo it, I think. So thrust idle.
99 stand 544, push start approved, face south. Push start approved, face south, Speedbird 99.
So we won't call until we're hitched up, but we are pretty much ready. Oh no, we won't call for push, we can call for start. Speedbird Concorde 613 stand 518 to request
Okay,
engine
all
start.
doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Speedbird 613 stand 518, start approved.
Start approved stand 518, Speedbird 613. So asked
Speedbird 285.
ground.
Speedbird 125, stand 532, 2788. Change 008, clearance to Bahrain. Station requesting clearance stand by. Break. Speedbird 285, tower 118.5. Tower 19.5.
What is our idle?
Speedbird 285.
And this is not on the checks, is it?
118.5. 118.5, Speedbird 285. Last session calling for clearance Callsign only.
Start number 2 today.
Speedbird 125.
Don't know if you guys can see that from there.
Speedbird 125, cleared to destination Oscar Bravo Bravo India, Deadly 1, Juliet
There's
departure,
the frame going all over the place.
1735.
32 Bahrain, Deadly 1 Juliet departure, 09 right, 1735, Speedbird 125.
Speedbird 125, correct, QH 1008, report ready.
Welcome, Speedbird 125.
Heathrow ground, Alitalia 2056, with information Juliet requesting clearance to Lisbon as filed.
Alitalia 2056, Heathrow ground, warning, port aircraft type and stand number.
McDonald 82 at stand 542.
Okay, 2 stable, let's start number 3.
Alitalia 2056, roger, thank you. Stand by, number 1 for clearance.
Wilco, Alitalia 2056.
we go, so 3 is coming alive. Do the gen switches after this, although the checklist says to do it before, which I find strange. So stable. So we come over to hydraulics. 2 comes on. 3 comes on.
Alitalia 2056, can you accept a Glasgow 1 Juliet departure?
It's good to see that those are off.
Yeah, that should be fine. Alitalia 2056.
So electrics set.
Alitalia 2056, thanks. Cleared to Lisbon. Glasgow 1 Juliet departure 09 right, squawk 2160.
The brake fans can come
Clear
on.
to Lisbon via Glasgow 1 Juliet departure, squawk 2160, Alitalia 2056.
Alitalia 2056, correct, QNH 100H, report ready.
Alitalia
2056.
Evo Concorde 613, stand 518, request push.
Scuba 613, stand 518, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start approved, face south, Evo Concorde 613.
Ground, good morning, Speedbird 937, Alpha vacated, sir, now.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Tow connected and bypass pin inserted.
Scuba 937, good morning, taxi Alpha at
Starting pushback.
November 7, join Bravo.
2 minutes late.
And
Wonder why that was doing that.
hold on, Ulster for line.
Alpha November 7, Bravo, hold, Oster, Speedbird 937.
So I'm not going to push these while we go back. The cross bleeds are open. So just to save a little bit of fuel,
Scuba 99, tower 118,
I suppose
5.
there is an optimum point to start. This is relatively short, so.
Heathrow ground, good morning, the Speedbird 99 X-ray.
Oh, there we go, that was terrible.
545,
That's
information
going.
Juliet, QNH 1008, requesting clearance to Toronto, please.
That's not great, is it?
Scuba 99 X-ray,
It's doing it
Heathrow
again.
ground, good morning, can you accept an Altitude 1 Juliet departure?
Altitude 1 Juliet, affirmative.
Scuba 99 X-ray, thanks, clear Toronto, Altitude 1 Juliet departure 09 right, squawk 4443.
Why don't we start number 1 this time?
Roger, the Speedbird 99 X-ray, cleared to Toronto, Altitude 1 Juliet, departure, the squawk 4443.
Scuba 99 X-ray, correct, QNH 1008, report ready.
Wilco, 99 X-ray.
Ground, very good morning, Suit 58 Lima on Alpha request stand 533 is available.
Speedbird 58 Lima, a firm, it is available, taxi Alpha at November 7, join Bravo, hold Ulster.
Alpha Bravo, November 7, hold Oster, speed perfect images.
Just confirm at November 7 to join Bravo.
Okay, at November 7 will join Bravo and then hold Oster 581.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
There we go. Stable. It is. We'll start number 4.
Speedbird 937, taxi Bravo, link 55 to join Alpha, stand 509.
Bravo, link 55, Alpha, stand 509, Speedbird 937, call.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
Perfect timing,
Hand
if you ask
signal
me.
on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe
So,
flight.
bleeds on, cross bleeds shut, condition valves on. Visual steering, flight
Ground
controls.
Speedbird 99
I
X-ray,
think
stand
it's
545, requesting
easier.
push start.
Speedbird 99 X-ray, stand 545, push and start
I
approach.
need to
FISST
rewrite
type.
this checklist, I just haven't had time. I think
Start
it's easier to
approved,
start this end.
Speedbird 99 X-ray.
Those are all on, as are those. Go up, the DAs can come on. Pumps can come on. Fuel dump, I think I said doesn't work. Pressurization, or we are going to do noise abatement. Not quite sure for how long though.
Speedbird flight bit limit, slight change of plan. You can take the next right to join Bravo, stand 533.
We will take the next right, Bravo, and hold stand 553. Thanks, 581.
Okay, good. So, there we go, low idle now. Circ's shut. Nothing else to do on this panel. So up to the top, pop those on. TI inhibit, train mast heaters. Again, I'm getting myself slightly out of order. Train masts do need to be on at some point anyway, so let's pop them on now. As the auto ignition, as with the auto throttle. Take off, I think it's better to do it that way. Anti-ice is not required initially. TI inhibit, yes.
Okay, Speedbird 125, request push and start.
And then I think we can go this way.
Speedbird 125, hold position, I'll call you back.
Roger, Speedbird 125.
Set.
Heathrow broadcast, UQNH 1009. UQNH 1009, Heathrow right.
Heathrow ground, good morning. Speedbird 880 on 565 with PDC, request push and start.
Speedbird 880, good morning, stand 565, push and start approved, face south.
Push start approved, face to south, Speedbird 5, correction 880.
Okay, flight controls. Full left, full right, full forward, full aft.
Speedbird 125, stand 532, push and start approved, face south.
Push start approved, face down. Speedbird 125.
Viva Concorde 613, stand 518, request taxi.
Speedbird 613, taxi straight ahead, Alpha, hold Dasso.
Alpha, hold Dasso, Speedbird Concorde 613. Cleared. Just pop those on because we don't need the others. Brakes off. And Dasso is Alpha, straight ahead to Yankee, just up there. So, let's set.
Fuel trim to flight.
I shouldn't tip the airplane over. So engine ratings we've done, throttle masters, control schedules done. Air conditioning we can't do. Feed pumps, they are still all on. Can't do any of the other checks. The air pumps we've done. Taxis.
Super 613, Tower 18.5.
Tower 185, thanks for the service. See you again soon. Speed with Concorde 613, bye bye.
Thanks, bye bye.
So 1197. You're given to London. Go Tower, good morning. Speed with Concorde 613, approaching, holding Dasso.
Concorde 613, Heathrow Tower, good morning. Taxi straight ahead, hold November Bravo 10.
Can we have November Bravo 11, speed with Concorde 613?
Super Concorde 613, that's not a problem. Take your second left, link 52, hold November Bravo 11.
Rick 52, hold November Bravo 11, Speedway Concord 613, thanks. So I am actually going to go to London, 29425.
Scandinavian 51 Mike, Eva Tower, good morning. Runway 29 right clear to land, subwind 200 degrees 4 knots.
29 right clear to land, Scandinavian 51 Mike.
So our block fuel allegedly for this, minimum 94606. So we're already lower than that. Oh, I should have gone second, shouldn't I? Whoops. My bad. Nobody's hit. But not very professional. Pop the FD on. Not that it makes much difference. Hello, did somebody just disappear? Everyone unexplained having the same issues, I wonder. Might do is just kill Siva for a moment. Whoa! What's going on there? I know that there's still a bit of a stutter. It's better though, isn't it?
613, 5 November Bravo 11, runway 09 right clear takeoff, subwind 200 degrees 4 knots.
5 November Bravo 11, clear takeoff 09 right, Speedway Concord 613. So we have been cleared. Lights are already on. Master recall's off, brake fans are off. On those reheats. Pitch index set, landing lights not required. Cabin is secure, we did that. Takeoff monitor will pop on as we get down here. And it looks like it'll be 11:40 something. So straight ahead, 2 DME, right turn 220. So correct runway. So let's bring the aeroplane to a stop there at 090. Going to be 11:44 for the takeoff. We are going to have 94.2.
Three, two, one, now.
So boot of left rudder for the waiting for engine 4.
Airspeed building.
Then it settles down.
100 knots.
Power set.
V1. Rotate. Rotate.
I did.
Positive climb.
Okay.
Positive climb.
Oh,
Gear positive climb. Gear coming up.
go.
Heathrow Tower, good morning. Speedbird 99 X-ray is on Alpha
Gear up.
approaching.
Doors locked.
Sure, 99 X-ray, Heathrow Tower, good morning. Take your second left, hold November Bravo 10.
Second left, hold November Bravo 10, Speedbird 99 X-ray.
Stuart 613, QNH 1009.
FAB, sir, QNH 1009, passing 1,300, climbing altitude 6,000, speed with Concorde 613.
Stuart Concorde 613, thank you. Contact Heathrow Director 119.725, bye.
Director 11975, thanks very much for the service. See you again soon, bye bye, Speedbird 613.
Stuart 99 X-ray via November Bravo 10, runway 09 right, clear takeoff, subsequent corrections, subsequent 190 degrees 6 knots.
Roger, runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff, speedbird 99 X-ray.
Where are we going, aeroplane? There we go. Let's get the aeroplane speeding up.
55 Alpha, we're in AW139 on the helipad at the Broad London Hospital. We would like to route Hotel 4 westbound, Hotel 3, and then join Hotel 9, leaving the zone via Oxshott West. We've got a job just to the southwest of Ockham.
Helmet 55 Alpha, clear to transfer landing control zone, standard operating altitudes, routine Hotel 4, Hotel 3, Hotel 9 southbound to leave via Oxshott West, QNH 1009, and just confirm your squawk for me, please.
Roger, it's Hotel 4, Hotel 3, Hotel 9, leaving via Oxshott West. Standard operating altitudes 1009, and it'll be 0020.
I'd like to know why we were dropping so much there.
Helmet 5 Alpha, thank you, report when you're airborne. The surface wind at the city is 140 degrees of 5 knots, brake speed at 2643. If required, descent to altitude 1,600 feet, cleared island approach, runway 09 right.
Down to 1,600 and cleared the ILS approach, speedbird 2643.
Is it 15 Alpha Tango ready check?
Is a 15 Alpha Tango, either direct readability 5.
Okay, that's a bit better, isn't it? That was horrific.
If we are at London City.
3,000 feet.
Negative, contact London Control, please, 129.425.
129.425, thank you.
Heathrow Director, hello Speedbird, Concorde 613, radar heading 220, climbing altitude 6,000, passing 33.
Speedbird 613, Heathrow Director, turn heading 280 degrees, climb flight level 80.
Turn right heading 280, climb flight level 80, Speedbird Concorde 613, thanks.
Hello, 55
Struggling again.
Helmet 55 Alpha, roger. Speedbird 2643, no speed restriction.
No speed restriction, speedbird 2643.
Speedbird 2643, contact Heathrow Tower, 8.5.
It's a lot of drag.
119.5, speedbird 2643.
Give it just a little bit
118.
more of a nudge. Really inefficient.
Speedbird 613, contact London Control, 129.425.
129.425, Speedbird 613, thanks, bye bye. London, good morning, Speedbird Concorde 613, passing altitude 6,000, climbing flight level 80, radar heading 280 degrees, request high speed.
Speedbird 613, London, hello, high speed approved, resume mode navigation, direct MALBY, climb flight level 3, crash 130.
High speed approved, climb flight level 130, direct MALBY, Speedbird Concorde 613, thanks.
8287 out at her left director to Brooklands Park. Left director departure, use E287 Delta.
So MALBY is direct 02.
So easy 9010, monitor Unicom 122.8. Further climb please, only passing level due to traffic on your right hand side. Over to Unicom for easy 9010.
So vertical speeds all over the place.
Climb outside past Leona, due to traffic. Many thanks for your help.
Reheat is off, full power.
2770, monitor Unicom, bye bye.
Let's get the nose right up.
Airbus 31 Tango Charlie, contact Gatwick Director 126.825. 126.825, 31 Tango Charlie, thanks, bye bye. Victor Papa Kilo, clear to land runway 08, surface wind 150 degrees 4 knots.
Clear for left, Victor Papa Kilo.
London, good morning, Skyways 198 Foxtrot with you, flight level 310.
Skyways 198 Foxtrot, good morning, climb flight level 330 and resume air navigation at direct Midhurst.
Climb 330 and direct Midhurst.
Well, that out-acquire busted right through, didn't it?
Thunder Control, hello, runway 570, Papa, heading 265, passing flight level 123.
Ryanair 570, Papa London Control, hello, turn and left, heading at 230 degrees, climb flight level 180.
Turn left at 230 degrees, climb flight level 180, runway 570, Papa.
Schedule back to normal. Nose and visors up. Why is the airplane not acquired?
London Control, good morning, WestJet 409, radio check. WestJet 409, hello, radio 555. Radio 555, thank you, WestJet 409. Also, I'm at London Luton. I don't know whether you cover me on that area. I was trying to inquire what runway you use on London Luton.
That's not good. I wonder if that's anything to do with my auto throttle changes.
Speak to London Control at 127.1.
That's a pain.
Thank you very much, 127.1, WestJet 409. 0613, switch Unicom, goodbye.
Unicom, thanks. Beaver Concorde 613, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, EC287 Delta, contact to London Control 127.1.
127.1, easy 27 Delta, thanks.
So full power. Let's get the nose up.
EC27207, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Throttle back or climb.
Unicom, EC7207, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, EC4 Charlie, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Bye-bye. London Skies 198 Fox, can we take flight level 370, please?
Skies 198 Foxtrot, climb flight level 360 initially, and I'll try and get you up to 370.
Cheers, initial climb 360, Skies 198 Fox.
Ryanair 570 Papa, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, 570, Papa.
Just do a 2773 when you're ready to descend flight level 130 level by Hazel.
130 for Hazel when ready. 773.
Carried up 355, descend flight level 90.
Descend flight level 90, very good. Bye. London Tower, Connect.
So let's see what we get. Will the airplane do that?
3 miles north of Bognor.
Sky Charlie Griffin Shanix 4632 London Control, hello, climb flight level 330.
Flight level 330, Connect 4332.
EC61 Delta X-ray, climb flight level 370.
Climb 370, 61 Delta X-ray. London, good morning, Telex 990, direct Tabs A, flight level 4, flight level 330, request 390 for our final cruise.
Shanix 990, hello, climb flight level 390.
390, thanks, Telex 990.
London, good morning, Easy 31 Kilo Golf with your number 1 X-ray.
Okay, well we did capture that time, so maybe it's just because we busted through.
EC31 Kilo Golf London, hello, climb flight level 120.
120, 31 Kilo Golf.
Should be doing a left turn over MALBY.
Good afternoon, you 125 and 3400, Telex 1 Juliet.
Speed 125, hello, climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
6000, Speedbird 125.
Scandinavian 2 Delta Alpha, turn left 10 degrees and descend to altitude 4,000 feet to QNH 1009.
109 and left by 10 in a climbing correction, descending to 60 to Delta.
And descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
Sorry, 4,000 to Delta.
Hotel Bravo Kilo, thank you, taxi to parking, get it.
I'll leave that set. So that wasn't a great departure. Vertical speed was definitely not playing. I appreciate I probably shouldn't have taken just as much power off, but I didn't think it was excessive compared to the anti-noise sheet, which was 95.8. If I'd gone back that far, that really wouldn't have worked. Never mind. Anyway, we've got some ortho if the clouds give up a bit. Stutters are back, of course. There we are turning. Oh, I'm just going to use the map to cheat to know when we were overhead. There is MALBY. It's going to be 11:56. We are at 260. And we had 85.5. Although a lot of that will be pretty inefficient and wasted due to the reheat usage. Maybe I just kick the reheats off too early. Without the data it is difficult to tell. So yes, definitely flown a better departure than that. We are going to tune Berryhead 11205. And outbound we can again tune Cork 1146. And we are going to accelerate with 52 to 51 miles to go. Anywhere between those will take us over the coast of Wales. So we'll be going over Bristol. I thought there was an event there today. There's a fair bit of traffic. Oh no, two aircraft. There you go, you can see us heading for the coast. So flight and climb. Nothing else to set. So that they're easy to turn off on landing. Our flight level set. 200 set for arrival. So we are direct 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Oh, now what caused that to drop down to 19? That's horrific. Out the window? No. Get down here? No. Oh hello, what was that? There, look, something. There isn't great, is it? Great. All we need. Incredibly frustrating. There was another Concorde earlier that was going down to... Where's Tapper? Antigua. I suppose yes, you could do that route. So we want to be pretty efficient with our climb. See what we can manage. So I think it's about 36 miles from MALBY. Like I say, 52 to 51. I don't like Kessup. I think if you did accelerate Kessup, you'd probably just about boom North Cornwall. So a little bit further north. It's better. And then you can see the VOR pointer, VOR1. And so you could do it via the radio aids, should you so wish. It's not quite due north. I think it should just about, I haven't measured it off the chart, but it should just about cross at 355. That's the radial using the tail. Quite a bit of drift though. If we bring that up, 19683 knots, and of course we are only doing 395 over the ground, so that's quite a bit of drift. So 55, or maybe it is north. See, we've got Berryhead tuned here. That's where I was aiming for with... Maybe, did I get it wrong? Oh no, that's the DME, isn't it? So there you go, that 52 to 51. 51 is probably more like it, isn't it, by the time you get everything figured out, and pretty much due north of Berryhead. Happy days. So, transonic, let's
auto throttle off.
Get the auto throttle off. Get the aeroplane pitch hold. Full dry power initially. What I'll do is get the nose up. That was too sluggish, wasn't it? Get the nose up and maintain VMO whilst climbing. Still not enough before we kick the reheats in.
Mach 1 passed.
There's Mach 1. Probably going to get an overspeed warning.
Feet.
Keep it right on that needle. Let's set that to 0. Should start to diverge. There you go, that happens very quickly. I think I'm doing just a bit better than max climb can. Again, I think it'll start to diverge in a minute. Don't really want to climb at less than 2,000 feet a minute. Do you need to climb to keep that increasing? Keep the MMO increasing. It's certainly a better job than max climb in my opinion. Should start to diverge again. And again, it's quite difficult to move this one notch at a time. There you go, you can start to see it going back.
Mach 1.3. Ramps moving confirmed.
I think it's fair to say as well, Concorde had a it's very well engineered. There were certainly no cracks when they stripped them down, the takeoff twisting moments, etc. So a tiny little overspeed like this is not going to cause it any real damage, although it's not that. It doesn't fill me with pride. Interesting that it starts to diverge again. Just try and tuck that needle right on. I'm sure I'll get the hang of it one day. And the turn probably won't help.
40,000 feet.
No, there was no turn.
Overspeed warning. Throttle back or climb.
So that's Merley at 4.1 with how much fuel? 79.5. That's just a little bit of a cheat there. Gonna go to reheats off in a moment anyway. There you go, look. That's definitely sorted it out, hasn't it? That's what I wanted to see all the way, but I'm just not good enough. See, that sort of lag is quite bad as well. Still full dry power. Throttle on 350 for the descent. You can see that was a much better climb profile. Still not perfect, but better. So we are off to LESLU now, and then it's only 4 waypoints after we get round to 9. Click. So should have done these checks, but too busy looking at everything else. So pressure static heaters can come off, drain stay on, gear stands on, anti-ice is not on anyway. Tank and DO pumps can go off. Bit of extra reheat, 7 minutes. Oh, there we go, look, that's better, that's settled down. We're going to get to the VMO. Oh, Oh no, there we go, that just ticked up. Do that in reality. Flick like that. So 50,000 at Mach 2, pretty much on target for that, aren't we? Maybe a little aggressive. I'm happy that was a good climb. Let's go. Let's climb now. 81 FD on AP1. Everything's settled down. The aeroplane should do a better job.
Feet.
So fly rating to cruise. There's the transonic done. So I can set the speed for the descent. Remember, don't arm out acquire because then the airplane goes all over the place. You can just do out hold. There we go. On our way. Not a fantastic start. Not the end of the world either. So, let's do some speed distance time with the trusty CRP5. So, 11:30 over the ground, we think. Slower than coming back from Canada. Call it 11:30. So we think we are going to be over waypoint 4 LESLU in half a minute. 14, isn't it? So next waypoint is 537 miles. And a half minutes. 537 is what we want to see. 13 and 532 and 76.6 tons, give or take. Yeah, there was LESLU. At least we were sort of overhead. That was better. It's quite a long old turn. 261 to 246. 15 degrees. Still not perfect. And the airplane slows down, whatever. It should pretty much be a great circle now, so the turns shouldn't be that bad. I said 29, didn't I? We've got down to 28. Then it's 189 miles, which is just under 10. 364. 19. 634. 34 minutes. 350 is another 19. 401. 21. 537 to the nearest minute is 29. And then it's FISST to BGI, and we're going to decel 200 miles from BGI. We might end up a little bit high and a little bit fast, but we should end up subsonic on arrival. and then we're going to figure out how we get in there. We haven't been there before, so it's about halfway through that leg, so it's not going to be quite that, but I'll do the time anyway. 358 is 19 minutes. It will of course be longer than that. That's exactly 3 hours from where we were. A lot of supersonic. And we think we're going to be 5.5. Times 4 engines. Times 3 hours. 66. So let's hope it gets a little bit more efficient than this. Descending then. Because that'll only leave us 10 tons on arrival. Could be close. .6. So that doesn't leave us a lot to play with. I think that will get slightly better. Look at the landing card, because I'm pretty sure that's not legit, and some of that will be that horrific departure that was relatively inefficient from departing Heathrow. Fuel at destination 11.481 is what we should have. That gives us I think 35, so our alternate is 5 tons, 16 minutes, contingency of 4, our holding fuel 35 minutes, 6.6 tons. So you can see this was right on the range, and obviously we wouldn't have gone with this payload in reality, but it's only the sim. I just want to see if we can make this hit in one go. 3 hours supersonic is going to get a bit boring. I'm not going to chat the whole time. Once we get to 600, 2.02 hopefully would be a little bit more efficient, so I'll try and get back hold on that, even if I have to use speed hold. And we'll see how we get on. But I will use the 11.481, 11.5. And I'm sure it will get slightly efficient. That is going to come down a little bit. So let's hope we don't die due to fuel exhaustion. It's going to have to be nice and efficient. It means one shot of the approach as well, or you are committed to your destination. It's not a problem committing the alternate fuel, but you don't want to run out of fuel in real life. I'm going to get rid of the frame counter now. Oh, I'll tell you one thing I haven't done is pop the overlay on. Oh, I got rid of the wrong one, didn't I? There we go. Control D gets rid of that. And what I will do is pop this one. Go. Should that have a decimal point? I don't know. What do we want on this one? Track. Careful not to touch anything. Do we want position? Yeah, let's have position, and then on this one. I know we're not oceanic yet, but whatever. I can tell you the rules, I don't have to follow them. Could have wind on that one. Is that better? If you notice the stuttering, I can turn Seaver off, but I'd rather keep it going. I just won't have it on screen, because, well, I suppose it doesn't make much difference, does it? They like flight all the way. so I was just having a little scratch there. That's why the noise gate, I think, was set high, because it's picking things up. So let me just tweak this a little bit. Okay, that might be a little bit better. See how we get on. projectFLY is running. I end up in trouble with VAMSys Virtual BA for landing with too little fuel potentially. What's the sound like? I've turned the engines up. I don't know if that's better. Certainly before you couldn't hear them. I certainly couldn't hear them. I don't know if it's loud, too loud for the stream, just because I've got headphones on. Anyway, got times 14:54 over FISST, and 400 miles into overhead the airport. The VOR and the airport are basically coincident, so we only need to go around to waypoint 3. On the wrong window again. So we could do that now, and then we've got our entire route planned. So waypoint 1 is going to be north 25, west 50, waypoint 2 is north 18, west 56, and then the BGI VOR waypoint 3 on the airfield 13045 west 59290 3045 59290 18 north 56 west 2550. Done. No more fiddling required. So with that, I'm probably going to go get some lunch. Decent time for it, and I'll leave you guys like that. Don't know if there's anything else you want to see, but that view seems alright. Okay, I tell you what, I just looked at the map and we might be crossing this guy. I have a feeling we'll cross right in front of him. Certainly might be worth having a look. And it's pretty sparse all the way down. Jamie's not going the same way. Passed over a few, but they were quite to the south. No ATC, so it's probably going to be quite quiet. We have had ATC in Barbados previously. this dude. Oh, I'll tell you what I could do. I could do... Oh no, checklist. There we go. Now if they are generating a contrail in reality, you would see that below. In a bit of a difficult spot. You're right out in front of us. So probably going to have to go outside, brace your ears. Wicked, there he is. Time that. I'm pretty sure. Crossed right over. He is doing ground speed of 484 knots. He's off to Heathrow. Don't need the fake boom. Anyway guys, that was good. So that was Ashutosh Gajar EAH. I don't know where that is. My Asian IKOs are not very good, but he was doing Boston to Heathrow. He's going to get to Heathrow in about an hour and a half. Bearing in mind we've only been flying since 11:44, so goes to show just how much quicker that is. Been coming back the other way, maybe we'd been overtaking. Anyway, I'm going to leave it here, guys. It's nice to see some other traffic, but there's probably nothing more that we're going to see unless anyone crosses from the Canaries or anything like that. That sim map is looking pretty sparse. I'm going to leave SIVA enabled. I just won't leave it on screen. How does that sort of view look? Too bad. And that's just getting the replies off of Xpilot. I might turn that ticking off. Can I do that? Flash. You can't. Maybe you can't. Bit of an irritating tick. So I'm going to have some lunch. Hopefully the fuel will start to work itself out, because it's definitely illegal at the moment. Need that squeeze of efficiency just from flying at 2.02, which is going to give us what? No, it's only an extra couple of knots, but it should get us the most miles per gallon. But I'm just going to have to keep an eye on the fuel, that's for sure. And now I think it's time for salmon and cucumber sandwiches. I'm not even joking. Cook some salmon Friday night and that's what we... gives a bit of a Concorde feel, doesn't it? I still haven't gone for my lunch yet. Those ticks were 901, and thanks for the sub. Ashutosh, I hope I said that right. It's going to be pretty quiet on the content because it's a bit of a long old cruise, but that's the one thing VATSIM can be very quiet, but that's the one thing I like about it is you see real people zipping across the place, which is pretty cool. So yeah, now I am going to go and get some lunch. Thanks for the sub, buddy.
fuel status, 60 tons.
Well, I am here, guys, so say hi in chat. I just take the headset off. Well, I haven't really got anything to say while we're sat here waiting in the cruise. I managed to miss one waypoint. I got the last one. And I'll do a little check. It's not looking good, is it? So, we are off to... get the cursor back on screen. Waypoint 7, 4130 north. And we should be there at 1311. A little bit early, 10 and a bit. Because we are doing 11:35 over the ground rather than the 11:40 that I predicted. And don't forget, I just round to the nearest minute because it's, of course you could do it very, very accurately, but plus or minus a minute, I know that's a lot of miles at supersonic. But even then, plus or minus, I think 3 minutes, if you were trying to navigate visually up here, you're still going to see what you're aiming for. Maybe not 3 minutes, but you are quite high up, so... one new sub, I said that already, didn't I? And I hope you can see it okay. It's pretty bright in my PC is, so I've got the monitor brightness turned up and it's still quite dark. And I know that's why Colimata took the shadows away from the cockpit on the default version, which you can change. But it's a bit irritating, to be honest, to have that sunroof. Surely it'd be better with nothing, like all or one. So I should probably write down all these suggestions, ask them on in a constructive manner, because I did say yesterday that it's like the worst user interface. That's probably a bit harsh. It's more difficult than it needs to be to achieve what I want to achieve. I think I see what he was doing, trying to understand, you know, work out your distances and try and give you the right fuel for it. But you know what? I just want to type in the... But equally, if that's the only planning tool you've got, maybe it has a place. But I think there's room for everything, isn't there? Compromising between the two. And I would like to see some realistic fuel timings as well, so you can request fuel trucks turn up, very much like Zevo, because that really adds to turnarounds. It really adds to pre-flight, and it would be also nice for in any aircraft that have that, you know, for the fueler to come and sign the sheet, gov. Anyway, our next waypoint 364, so it'll tick over beforehand. Then we're looking for 364, which will give us our bits. We're going to be 57 something. We're going to have 50 something tons of fuel, and we're going to be there 1 minute early. Which is also good. Oh, there you go. That's me hitting the lead on the headset. That knocking. Apologies. Again, this is why I need the noise lock, but it's a bit difficult to tweak, get it right. That's the excuse anyway. A bit like the landings in this thing. So, looking for 634. Shouldn't be that much of a turn. But yeah, no, that's alright, isn't it? That's just the aeroplane. Oh, okay, maybe not. 55, it was actually 56. Pretty much bang on, wasn't it? And then the airplane's twitching about all over the place, which is such a shame. A couple of degrees, there we go, we should have been right over that point. So it just needed to figure that out rather than the left turn and the right. Relation. Okay, let's get this map up for you guys so you can see. There you go, look, frames are doing alright. We are well into the Santa Maria FIR. Go to the north of Azores. have a look at the chart. So we've been in the Santa Maria FIR since the last waypoint. This one is taking us all the way to the exit point, and then we'll be back into the Oceanic. And it takes us to the north of Santa Cruz. There's two VORs here, one 3.3, which is the Flores VOR, Santa Cruz. There you go, I'm not going to try DME update because I know I will screw it up. But there you go, that is us going to the north of Santa Cruz. How far to the north are we? At least 35 miles away from land, I think. So why would they have planned this route like this? And suitable diverts here. Again, looking at that Concorde article, that wonderful bit of en route chart. Santa Maria, yes. I believe it is possible. See it on the map. There you go. So there is a VOR on the DME. So again, it doesn't need to be a VOR. We've got FRS Flores VOR, DME. There you've got the NDB. And what we can't quite get is DME off the ILS for Santa Cruz. There is on this side. Quite an accurate DME fix off of both of those. But what we can't do is land there, I think, too small. Unless I can look from my en route chart though. Segments, what I really want is the airport. Runways 4,400 feet. Definitely not long enough for us. How you get there? Wow. It's just a good question, isn't it? A 1,000-foot runway out there. $7,000 feet is just about, but I think Santa Maria would be our divert. Because it's got 10,000 feet of runway. That is off course. It's still a bit of a long way to SMA. Yeah, within an hour's flying time, we're about 40 minutes away. So you could have a fuel stop there if you needed. We're going to just be rebels and crack on without, even though we might need it. We are going to arrive in Barbados with some fuel, maybe potentially not legally enough. We do need to land with, I think 10 was the minimum, 15 the ideal, give or take. 10 was the absolute minimum. Bin res of 11.5. .500 miles to go, 34 minutes, 13:45. So what we're really looking to do is not have a level subsonic segment, but to pull the throttles all the way back, get the aeroplane slowed down, and effectively arrive 35 miles off the coast would be, I believe, most of the limits for the FIRs, although you'd check in the AIP. 35 miles off the coast is about what seems right for this being subsonic. As long as we're subsonic at latest then, and then we probably want to be idle all the way down. Maybe arrive overhead at about 10,000 feet. See if we can idle all the way down. I suppose you could just smack over the top of about flight level 200 vectors to ILS. Depending on the weather, there's only an ILS at one end. So it'll be the VOR for the other one. So 09 is less, 27 is VOR only. And to be honest, approaching for the sea, there's a 14 DME arc, there's a procedure turn, or there's the other one outbound. To be honest, we'll just take a long final. And the difficulty is trying to manage that descent. 6 miles at 2,000 feet, 3,000 outbound for the VOR, that would be really draggy and really fuel inefficient, so kind of want to make a straight in. So that will be diverting us off track ever so slightly, because we'll be coming in from the northeast, so we'll want to go sort of due south to a waypoint. Again, we're going to have to eyeball that, and I may cheat by using the map just a little bit, because of course you'd get vectors, or you could work out what that point was, pop the Latin long in, and go to it, but of course they're not listed on the charts. And if we were going in on runway 27, that would be ideal. 14 DME, not lower than 3,000, descending to 2 for 6, and we could probably just about work all that out. Our approach speed is at least 1,000 feet a minute descent. So you'd have to manage it with VS because there is no glide until visual. The minimums are relatively high. 600 MDA, 27 straight landing, 2 kilometers visibility, and would be stretch in this. So if we do end up going over the top for 2.7, or at least having the glide would help. Have that guidance a little bit further out and a little bit higher out. And with a 3-degree glide, it's really easy to work out. I know it isn't quite, because that DME is off the VOR, which is sort of in the middle of the field. But 2,000 feet at 6 miles gives you 4,000 feet at 12, etc. So you can plan the descent that way. Although of course it will be relatively inefficient to maintain that all the way down. You'd want to be a lot steeper. Concorde comes down quite nicely at 3 in a relatively level attitude. And have I been talking all the way through? No, because we've still got loads of minutes left. We've still got loads of miles left. So those are my thoughts for the arrival. Go straight over the top and fudge ourselves in for 2.7. Although of course it would be a bit more efficient to go to the north of the island. The procedure has a DME arc. There's no way I'm going to try and fly that with this. You can just about do it on heading. But what is no good is the fact that you've got no decimal there. We could use the IRS because that should give us the distance to the point. We have used the VOR, so that's good. And you can just adjust your heading by 5-10 degrees to keep you within that 1 mile corridor. But again, that's also not ideal. We don't want to do procedure turn, we don't want to do any of it because it's going to be awfully inefficient. Whether or not anybody will be 2 arrivals. Us as a Concorde and Virgin 77 from EGCC. Now he is Son Newman TS in 74400. He's about halfway there, so we might actually end up catching up with him. So, time-wise, I think the estimate is 15:29, and I don't know if I updated the stream, sorry, I was getting carried away. So, 15:29, now if he's updated his times, 15:35, we might actually end up overtaking. Except he left Manchester at 2:30 this morning. That is a 13-hour flight, allegedly. He's doing 472 over the ground, and we're of course doing 40 now, a bit quicker. And he's been online 6 hours 10 minutes, so that 13 EET I don't think is correct. It's been online since 7, so you get the idea of just how quick this aeroplane was. So we should be arriving, like I say, similar-ish times. See if I can get a message out of it. Virgin 77. Just message him, because what I definitely don't want is he will have significantly more fuel than me. I don't want to be having to wait, because it is going to be tight for us. So he's saying 15:30 Zulu. Now we're going to just tick that up just in case. Oh, hello. Didn't want to do that. So I think it takes about 100 miles. So he's 990 out, we were 1986. Maybe we won't be similar times. We'll see. I'm going to try my best to get the aeroplane subsonic off the coast and then idle descent all the way down. Is that the most efficient? Probably. I'm just trying to think. Ideally you want to be idle descent all the way down to touchdown, but if you get that wrong, you could end up quite a long way out, subsonic inefficient. So initially I was thinking about 200 miles from destination for a straight in, but we could end up at flight level 360, 35 off the coast, down to 200 overhead, something like that, and then idle all the way in, and that might actually be a bit more efficient. Like I say, I don't know the airplane well enough. So, I don't think there's much traffic around. Of course, Boston's online. Oh, should have gone to Iceland today. Reykjavik's open. So Scottish. Oh no, we'd be going round, wouldn't we? I think it was quicker to go around the south of Ireland, then straight up, rather than subsonic over the top. I mean, even if it was the same time, it would be more efficient to do that, would it? Maybe I'm talking rubbish. Not sure. There's clearly some other event going on. Line of aeroplanes. Norway. But I think if he... No, it can't be 15. Very well, with the decel, maybe we'll be in before. So another 2 hours would leave us down to 5 tons of fuel. It's going to be tight. So this is going to be more of a test than we thought. Again, it's also difficult because you can't... CPS would do this, take the weather. It's really difficult to get the high level winds and ISAs, etc. to figure it all out. So you just sort of have to guess. Like I say, unless you were sure you were going to be able to do it legally, you would do it in reality. We could have stopped for fuel. We're past that point of no return. What other diversions are there? So at this point, we're still within 2 hours flying time. And that's... Santa Maria is still our diversion, and then we move to Bermuda, where there's an overlap, and there's an ever so slight bit where we're more than 2 hours from either. Now I think there was obviously no ETOPS rules for Concorde with 4 engines, but the 2 hour flying time, the fuel that will worry me. Where's ANU? Antigua, Bermuda. time between those gives the changeover point, which is just after one of the waypoints. I don't know why that waypoint is there, to be honest. Or maybe that's the FIR boundary. No. Anyway, that would keep you occupied during the cruise. Of course, we don't have to worry in the sim, because nobody's going to die. But if you did have a flame out, a very rare event of 2, they always had to plan for 2. Of course, you'd be drifting down and then subsonic. With that 20% fuel penalty. So right now, without fuel, we probably wouldn't make anywhere more than an hour out. Yeah, that's definitely worth some more reading. So why don't we have a look at the weather? Uh, 100 at 11 knots. So that'll be the ILS for 09. And then the question is, do we go round to the north? Try and do that 15 DME arc. If I'm honest, I'm tempted to just go supersonic high over the top and then round and down, to be honest. A little bit of delay vectorage if I need to. 1300 Zulu, 100 at 11, 10k, scattered 1800, 27 degrees, dew point of 201016, so it's a nice day. The airport is, I believe, almost at sea level, so no dramas there. The MSA 2600, and the rest we're out over the sea, aren't we, so we don't have to worry. If we go straight over the top on our actual track of 214, that takes us out over the sea, and we could do quite a wide teardrop. I know that's a little unconventional. Minimum's 395 or 226. Again, I don't know if it's flat, but there's not a lot you can do. For that. It's kind of where I had it, wasn't it? 101. 1127 is the VOR. Zero 091 for the VOR. And then, like I said, 214. So do something like that. Actually, something more like 240 outbound. Love to be able to fly that procedure turn in this, but like I say, as you saw, hand flying is still a big old challenge. So we've still got to go to Reykjavik at some point. And the only other available Concorde route, I think, on Virtual British Airways is Kennedy to Barbados, which we can do. So we might as well go back to London direct from this. Again, that could be interestingly, sketchily fun. Now, did the emergency control system engage? I've only just noticed that. I'm not sure I dare touch that because everything seems to be working. I don't know what activates it. Is it the same the other side? I'm not sure it is. I think that should be mirrored. So the buttons are on the other side for the FO. Interesting. Anyway, the jet's still flying, leave it alone. And once we are overhead, we've got 1646. So once we are overhead, it's going to be 1 hour, 1.45 hours, so just under an hour and a half direct overhead if we remain supersonic. We're going to need 30.74 tons of fuel for that. You can see the figures are getting ever so slightly better. Of course, we're not going to remain supersonic all that way. Although I suppose we could boom the island, couldn't we? If there are enough people watching, we can have a vote for that. Do you want to boom Barbados? Okay, there we are. So 350, 587, 43, 2 minutes early, 44.3. So that would give us 13.56. It is really tight on fuel, isn't it? So if we stay supersonic all the way to destination, we'll end up with 13.56 overhead. We've still got to descend and everything else, but fin res of 11.5, there's only 2 tons to play with, which is mere moments. Mere moments.
status, 40 tons.
So here we are again. Let's have a look. Chart. Looking for 401 for the next waypoint. 9 to 1. So 3 minutes early, 38.1 tons of fuel. Not long left. So after this one we will then be in the Picaro FIR for the Caribbean. And at this point so just working out the fuel again. 4145. So supersonic all the way, we need 23.5 tons, 38.1. It's 14.5 overhead, so it is getting gradually better, but it is a real stretch. Almost fully laden, or completely fully laden with fuel and almost fully laden with packs. Of course the real data and the calculations would take into account the fuel burn en route and everything else, which of course we can't do. Well, CPS can, but it said that we could only take 27 packs, which I think is a massive lie. And of course we did have that inefficient departure. On the way back there's no noise restriction or anything else, so it's just a case of reheats off. I think there is a slight throttle reduction just to keep the airplane under check. No, I'll tell you what, there isn't. It's full power from takeoff all the way to deceleration on the way back. At least that's ticked over, although be it not correctly. I think it's fair to say, guys, we are flying now. 1150 over the ground, and the fuel consumption's come down a wee bit. So I'm less worried. But it's still going to be tight. So inbound waypoint 1, 2550 north. Then we'll be onto the FIR boundary, then direct. So FISST will be next. Could be 2 minutes, so 21, 4 minutes early. So next we're looking for 537. Once we hit that, we know we'll be overhead. 599 without hold once we get to 600. And I'm going to use the auto throttle in speed acquire in 2.02. Tweak the auto throttle again, it's still not perfect, so although we'll test it out in the descent and see how we get on. So 537. It's 31. 31 tons, we need 15.9. It's starting to look a lot better. So I had 29 minutes en route, we're not going to be there quicker than that. And I think we're going to just about overtake. We're going to be 27 minutes. I think we're going to be overtaking our mate in the jumbo. So wind 09013 straight down the run. So there is 600.
60,000 feet. Maximum flight level.
We do an aeroplane.
Auto throttle off.
Didn't expect it to do that. Okay, guess we'll have to try Mach hold. I certainly didn't expect it to throttle back like that. We are going west, so it is evens. That screwed it up, didn't it? I really didn't expect it to do that. I know you wouldn't use speed acquired, but it shouldn't have been far off. So I'm just worried that Mach hold will be a bit sketchy at best. Thankfully the engines didn't flame out. To bring that back quite a long way. Yeah, that looks pretty stable. An extra 15 knots. 0.02. Flow probably the best indicator. M1 and N2 aren't really precise enough. Doesn't drop to 441. Difficult to see the trend. So from scattered to broken at 1.8. Temperature still 27, dew point still 20, QNH still 1016, 10K, 090 at 13. It was 26 minutes ago, that report, which of course should be based on reality as well. Just got that set there as a reminder of roughly what the target is. So if we get to 444, I'll just knock the throttle back. Let's do that now, as soon as we've ticked up. Such a tiny throttle movement as well. There you go, look, it's just dropped back. It's about as small a throttle movement as I can make it. So I've got the ETAs well out. But again, it is difficult to figure out that subsonic section. I suppose you could just estimate by halving or doubling the time. I think they used to use, you know, like little, almost like pocket calculators. EGT is better to go off of. Anyway, let's show you where we are on the map. That's where we was. Not long ago. That's where we left. That's where we're going. There is the airport. Tiny little island, Barbados. That doesn't matter, so I'm going to leave the ILS on. One end anyway. So we've got the diversion. What we don't have is the waypoint for that diversion. It's worth considering, isn't it? Let's just bring that throttle back a squeeze again. Really, really difficult to move it so precisely. Don't want to hit 2.04. Just keeping an eye on the airspeed, acmeter, ground speed. I want to see the ground speed just tick back one. Although of course that assumes that the wind isn't changing. See, the airspeed's just ticked up, so let's come back to rate 5 if we can. The autopilot would do that to stop temperature from getting above maximum skin, which was the limit, 127 or 2.02, and it would do it very well. I am reliably informed. And that's our view. I tweak that slightly just so you can see a bit better, but that's our view so far. If you are watching, as always, say hi. Somebody's given it a thumbs up, thanks. Like we said, we already had one sub, which was nice. There is nothing online. Frame rates are holding spectacularly steady because there's nothing to do. Like, speed is holding pretty steady. And the aeroplane would cruise faster than this. 2.02, or the upper limit of 2.04 was only a fatigue limit, just to maximise the strength of the airframe, because above 127, that's when you had the metallurgical effects of heating and cooling being an issue. So it wasn't a strength or a structure limit in that sense, but purely a fatigue life limit. The airplane would go certainly 2.02 relatively easily full out, I think. That's why that neck limit was set there. I don't even know, to be honest, at different points in the envelope, how you would even get that in an analog way to set itself. Just goes to show how advanced it was. Bearing in mind that the MMO and VMO change throughout the envelope, you can see the charts vary as pressure altitude increases. So I'd love to be able to see Virgin 77, Canada 090, where they go. SBGR, don't know where that is. I think from Toronto. Five arrivals, we could do without that. Thankfully most of those are behind us. The only conch. There's a 172 inbound, he's going to have to get out of the way. 1 hour 30, 15:30, he looks like he's arriving. Did he take off? VFR local, you ain't doing VFR over the sea, mate. Point Salines to Grantley Adams. Oh, there's a few guys behind us, somebody's just over speedbird 255. Out over the coast of Ireland. I don't know why you would take such a northerly route. Weird. It's right over the southwestern coast of Ireland. Do you find it odd? It's an 8-hour 24 flight with 9 hours fuel, so similar reserves to us. Ours were just a little bit sketchy to get to. So we should only be about 30 or 40 minutes out. Bring the speed back just a touch, but the fact that it's not increasing or decreasing kind of makes me happy. Mess around with it too much. Oh look, so that wasn't a light up. I did think it was something to do with the shadows. Just looks a bit illuminated to me rather than sunlight illuminated. So, pretty simple airport. Just a long old list of stands and a straight runway, 11,000 feet. 11,000 feet of tarmac. Variation is 15 degrees west, so don't forget that. So I think we will head overhead. We will then do 240 outbound on a radial. No, we can't really see it from the other side, but do 240 as a heading. I really want 240 as a radial before we get to about 15 miles out to a right turn. Intercept that way, I think. That will give us a decent bit of base leg. I think we want to be about 5,000 feet, 15 miles out. Maybe 4.5. Could always be a little bit higher because the aeroplane is quite draggy, the speed isn't going to run away. So if we're maybe 20,000 feet above the airport, that'd be alright. .250 would be better. Let's keep 240. Keep 240 outbound. We'll intercept that 15 DME arc, or at least try to. I know we're not going to have a huge amount of success with that precision, even if we do try and use the IRS. Which means we want to be slowing down. Be 120 miles out. I'll aim for 120 and see where we end up booming. As long as we're about 40-ish miles from the VOR, that would probably be legal. That should save us some fuel because we are getting relatively light. I just brought the throttle back as a small amount. I brought it back enough and then it just edged forwards, even though it's got quite a bit of tension on it. Just to bring that speed back a little bit for optimum efficiency. Every kilo counts at this moment. We're burning 5 kilos every second by the looks of things. That's a lot of weight to be thrown out the window every second, isn't it? Certainly get tired of shoveling that. Not a lot to say really, apart from sit here and watch. So it's not going to be 20 minutes, but maybe 25 minutes or so. And we should make it with some fuel to spare. gross weight only 1 ton over. So 23.3 by the looks of it, take 7 off that. Three-quarters of our fuel used. 4 minutes to go. Double check ATC, nothing seen. So 4 minutes Virgin 77 is overhead. FISST by the looks of things. See if we can see him on the map. Weird, okay, that should be. Yes, there he is. So that'll be fun to see zipping over the top. If he's been online since 7:11 UTC, we were online 10:55, but of course that was when I logged in. Sat there for, you know, half an hour or so. A lot of people don't do that. I don't see a problem with it. I know VATSIM says, oh, don't block a stand for half an hour. Well, why not? Adds to the realism. Got to start from somewhere. Like if you're doing a turnaround for half an hour, block a stand up, just like reality. So we might as well do our test now. Contingency, orange versus blue. Stages of flight should light up. Cruise, climb. Etc. So next leg is 3:58 to go. We'll be overhead 49, 5 minutes early. And I said initially that I thought we'd end up with 10.6 overhead. I'll work out the time in a second. So we're looking for 358 for the fuel. 77. It's going to take us 18 minutes. 0.3 of an hour. It's 5.28. Going to give us 17.42. Assuming that we went straight in and straight overhead as we are doing. We're not going to, of course. Come back to efficient, and that little point 1 makes a bit of a difference. So, see if we can see our mate. Is at 20,000 below us. It's at 400, half as high again. Interesting bit of brown water. And like the real crews said, looking to go backwards, I'm just going to disable Seaver there to stop those stutters. Else see him yet? Of course, 20,000 feet you can see things from the ground, so they would appear, you know, just like when we look at them outside. That water brown. So we should be coming up on it. Hidden beneath the cloud. There he is. Like they said, looks like they're going backwards. And it does. It really does. Isn't that brilliant? Especially with the clouds, it does look like they're going backwards because, of course, the perspective changes. What good fun. So, did we get overhead? I think it was there, so I think that is that drift model because there was no turn, was there? There shouldn't have been a turn. So I do think the IRS does actually drift off. So, I said decel about 120, 150. I kind of want to leave it quite late. Good for speed, good for landing. So I don't know, I'd be conservative and say something like 150. Just to get us overhead relatively high. Hopefully without the boom. We'll see how it works, shall we? So 150 from the VOR, which we should start picking up soon, because that's where we're inbound. Direct to the VOR, which is essentially on the airfield. It's 0.5 of a degree. No, 0.5 of a minute. Is that half a mile? Ish. Have a look at the airport chart. It's the aerodrome reference point. Yeah, half a mile give or take. So it'll get us there. And then, like I said, what I don't have is the alternate, which we could put in. Once we pick up the VOR, I'll get rid of SIVA, but I'll pop it back on just actually. Go. So I'm gonna. Oh no, I can't put waypoint 2 in, can I? Because we're going 2 to 3. Could do is put in waypoint. Going to 3. So I will put in 4, which is the airport, which is... No, there isn't actually much point to that, is there? So, let's have a look. I should have written this down earlier. Our alternate is TFFF. Martinique. What I really want is... There you go. Turn it left. The aerodrome. Coords. So... Waypoint 4 is going to be north 14355. West 60598. Oh, we won't be able to get the DME off that, will we? I suppose we can just go waypoint change 04, 03. 3, yes. Good, okay. Well, it is worth having in. I don't think we're going to need to, but it is there. And that's only because I want the more accurate DME rather than that one there. So, safety altitude 2,600 meters. We've got the QNH, I'll get that in the descent as well. ASI, bug set, really. Set, DH is set. 226, rounded up to 230. There it is. 150, so engine recircs.
Fuel status, 20 tons.
Circs open. And then we are looking for 350 for the descent. And we are going to bring back the throttle to 18 degrees. Again, I'll do it at 150 bang on. Picking up the VOR. 18 degrees is here. said, 200 was my initial thought of where we should start the decel. So we'll see how this goes for the real last minute drop us in. We're already in out hold. There's 18. 52. Speed start to drop off. We're looking for 360 for vertical speed out to choir. And then pitch. So maybe 200 would have actually been pretty ideal. Did I figure it out, Warhawks? No, not really. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. It's a big irritation. I've tried lots of little tweaks. Very irritating. I sent you a message. I did set up a Discord. I'm not sure if I'm going to run it publicly, but if you check your channel messages, you should see a link there. But yeah, it's incredibly irritating. It should be alright for us on the way in, aside from those dips. Disable Seaver and we can load that back up if we need it, because we're not switching anything over. So we're looking for 360 to start the descent. I might do it ever so slightly before, just because. I mean, it should be 800 in the real jet, I think, and if you did out acquire, I think 800 was reselected as the descent. So let's try 360, click, primed, then ready for speed hold at 350. See, it's a little bit sluggish. Speed hold will keep it coming down like a stone. Still doing Mach 1.6. Maybe I should have done 351. We'll see. Anyway, that is us on our way. So flight rating can go back to climb. Fuel would be coming forwards now, flight engineer. At 1.5 we can go to 32 degrees TL8. And that will really bring us down like a stone. I'm sure you recall from previous flights. I mean, we're going down at 3,000 feet a minute as it is. There's 1.5. I'm probably moving the throttles a bit quick, to be honest. They were moved very, very cautiously. Supersonic. Barbados traffic, speedboat Concorde 61380 miles to the northeast, passing flight level 55, descending flight level 360, inbound ETA minutes 15. SVSM, that is Makita control. Oh, well, shame it isn't Barbados. And I tell you what, if this guy in his 172 gets in my way, I'm going to be most upset. So, 360, are we going to boom the coast? Probably not. Because I am going to bring that back in a moment. Use vertical speed. So 100 at 20, 10k, scattered 18, scattered 38, 27, 20, 1016, tempo 5000 in showers, over rate. There you go, that should just about bring us down. That's not bad. Probably could have done better. That's alright. 38 miles away. Let's go down to 200. $16,000 feet to lose. 4 minutes. About 4,000 feet a minute, but we'll just see how we get on. Continuous descent, not far. Oh, invalid invite. Alright, I'll try and figure that out and I'll send it to you again. And then I'll figure out if I want to do Discord online. I really don't know how Discord works, I just use it to consume rather than for anything else. I would like to quite get into it. Back on the 7.3 for helping people out. Intakes, throttles, pressure static heaters need to come on, don't they? And you would check down there to make sure no issues. That's it, we can use idle, reverse if we want. Get here a little bit quicker. yeah, I'd like to get Discord running just so I can do like some real-time interaction. It'd be nice if you could do Smart Copilot if that really worked. But you know, when people are a bit scared of getting on VATSIM, tutor them through it a bit would be quite nice. Anyway, 1127 we've got tuned. 1110 091, the approach course is set. Minimum is 2000. We're not going to do that stepped approach if we can help it. And the mist is climb to 3 straight ahead and right to hold at the VOR. No real worries about MSAs turning right away from the airport because it's away from terrain. So you could set speed to get down. There we are, there is the VOR. Going overhead, and I'm going to come outbound, I think. Disabled CVAV. So once we get overhead, I will set that so that we can at least get the VOR. What just happened there? I guess it introduced its error again. We're going to go 03 and then 04 only from here. So let's bring back speed if we can. We'll be on the ground in about 6 minutes at this rate. So waypoint change 03. You can't do that once it ticks over. That's odd. You could always put it in as waypoint 4 or 5 or whatever and then do it again. Never mind. So the DME arc is going to be a bit of a challenge. Barbados traffic, Speedbird Concorde 613 overhead. The Adams VOR outbound heading 240 degrees, passing flight level 220, descending flight level 10. To self-position for the ILS, runway 09. So, are we overhead? Yeah, not far. He'll get inbound pretty darn quick, or we'll cut in front of him. There's actually quite a long way out there. It's difficult to tell from the scale. So transition altitude is 3000, pretty low. Level 4045 by ATC. 17 tons of fuel. So seatbelts on, we'll do the approach checks now. Cool the cabin, engine rating mode, recircs, shut, set to approach, should be the other way around really, shouldn't it? Secondary doors to Ortho. Recirc shut. Okay, fine, I think I am going to set 1016 now, not that it makes much difference. 3002. So it could be a little bit steep. We've got 3 minutes, so we are coming down pretty quick. Let's go to 3000 to try and bleed off some of the speed. So that's a little bit far out. Let's turn to the north. Actually, let's go a bit more like 330. Yeah, he ain't going to catch up with us, is he? So if we head due north, it's a bit of a steep intercept. And I probably could have started that turn earlier within that 15 DME arc, but it really is difficult to get right. Obviously the procedure would be easier, but would waste a lot of fuel. Coming down with 15 tons is not bad. Kind of what I was hoping for. 250, the visor can come down. And I know it's a bit of a cheat looking at the map there, but you know, I am trying to watch out for traffic as well. So 101. I'm picking it up. Come right for an intercept. Still are a little bit far out. We're going to be a little bit low as well. Let's reduce that rate of descent. Oh no, actually, look, we're almost bang on. Wow. I would like to say, ladies and gents, you can't teach that, but it was a bit more fluke than anything else. Do 220 outbound initially. No anti-ice required. Nice and warm down here. Just try and keep it on the glide. There's the localizer. There is the glide. Right, I could have started that a little bit earlier. That wasn't bad. Oh, it's a 60-degree intercept. Sorry, idiot. Barbados traffic, speedboat Concorde 613, establishing ILS 9 left 17 miles, altitude 5,300. Barbados traffic. Bring the speed back. Oh, that was pretty good up until then. I thought I was on a 30-degree intercept. That's what I thought I'd picked. That's not bad. Could have been better. Equally could have been worse. Does the autopilot seem better to you guys? The auto throttle. So let's set at least 2,000 for the mist. Oh, no, we don't want to out-acquire. Okay, no, we are going to have to get the glide back down. So glide is still a little bit sketchy. Get the nose down. Don't really need the lights, but I'm going to pop them on anyway. Bring the speed back a bit as well, that'll help. Okay, airplane's intercepting there. There's the glide. Out for the mist. Speed hold. And let's get rid of receiver. Frames are doing well.
Fuel trim to landing.
And I do want to check 103, 103 to 102 for our touchdown. Call that 156 plus 7, 163. Popping out the clouds. Perfect. Why are we not getting minus? Okay, because the DME is off the VOR. Good. So 2000 was the platform altitude at 7. Fuel checked. Barbados traffic speedboat Concorde 613 established ILS 9 right 6 miles. That's fine, on glide. Trying to match the throttle setting. 5 miles gear down.
Gear coming down. Gear down. 4 greens.
I think you'll agree that these settings, I think they're both on the same page that you found, Sia. That this was, I think, the first setting rather than the latter one. This one seems to work okay. As usual, I'm going to do the speed of quiet early. Let's see how we get on with that. Just to see how the autopilot copes with it. I don't want to see it going under. 2-3 knots under. I think it's better than it was.
Autopilot off.
400 feet.
Continue.
Auto throttle off.
200. 100.
It's a bit slow.
30. 40. 20. Contact.
Oh, bounced again. Now that was really soft.
Reverser deployed.
Can't hear anything from the engines, which doesn't give a clue either. I'm not using any brakes. That was pretty soft, 80 knots, idle. So, it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. 60 there, let's go for some brakes.
Reverser retracted.
Don't know where we're going to park, over here somewhere. Barbados traffic, speedboat Concorde 613, runway vacated. Definitely have a look at that replay, it didn't look too bad. Touchdown with 13 tons, fuel to spare. So we can inhibit that. Turn everything else off. Where we're going to park though is the key thing. What time did we touch down? 23? Suppose we could make a flight back. I'm just not convinced that Heathrow will be viable. So this is Echo along here. Is there anyone else on the ground? No, we're the only ones. These are all static, which is a bit odd. I don't like static aircraft, and I'm sure I have them off, so it irritates me when airport designers put them on, because it blocks out stands. I think I'm just going to go for one of these ones ahead of us. No idea what stand it is. Right out the front with the terminal and the palm trees. Right, then we go for this one here. It's quite nice, doesn't it? I mean, it's not bad having aircraft on, but it's less useful when you've got when you're online. Again, I get no. I'm really not hearing any feedback from the engine. It's really difficult to know. I'm sure at full power the aeroplane was relatively loud. Cockpit. Just need to work on that bounce. A little bit of cheating outside. Hey, that wasn't bad. Roughly lined up. Not bad without a marshaller. What do you reckon, chaps? Something like that? Don't want the nose overhanging. There we go, that'll do. Brakes on. We are 27. And of course it doesn't matter, but I'm going to turn those off. See how much fuel we got left there, about 13.3. So we did land with more than our final reserve, considering we had quite a lot of payload. I think that was pretty good. The descent was also probably not bad either. I think we may have just boomed the coast a little bit. 200 would have been a bit conservative, but that's not too bad. So we did decel 120, no, 150. The probably slight boom on the coast, because that was, we were measuring from the VOR. And then overhead, out and round, I don't think anyone could have vectored us with those heights that good. I could have turned in at 15. So 20 overhead, around 15 and in, apart from that sort of, I thought I was doing 060, I just wasn't paying attention. That would have saved that going through the localizer, but we were pretty much bang on the money. What on me? So, here we are. Watch this guy come in. Where is he in this? Little 172. Then our mate in the jumbo, he's still miles away. His ETAs was well out. I've got, it says landing vertical speed 0. Alright, I'll take that greaser. I know it was pretty soft in comparison. I'll have that as butter. Especially after the disastrous departure. So we would have had a little bit more fuel. I don't think that was bad overhead. So that's projectFLY done. Pegasus aeroplane bounced. So that's given me 380 feet per minute touchdown with the bounce. I appreciate it did bounce and then a touch back down at 52. It didn't feel like 380. Maybe it was. There's not a lot of feedback. This aeroplane. So I think it's not necessarily registering that great. Anyway, I don't get any bonus points for that, am I? Like I said, it didn't feel that bad. But we will see. Do you guys still want to see the 172? The jumbo is miles away still. Virgin 77, Soneugen VVTS, I don't know where VVTS is. He's miles away. He's still at flight level 400 and we're in the bar. So I still got a hard landing for that. I'm not sure I agree. B55, yeah, hard landing. Could have got some more points for a longer flight as well, never mind. We'd had an extra 5 minutes, we might have not had the fuel. Oh well. Tell you what we can do. Turn them off. Set climb, set takeoff, managed to remember to do all that. Oh no, ground power available because I haven't called for it, of course. Well, that was nothing. So I'll give myself something to do while we were waiting for the 152. There he is. He would have been good enough to hold off for us. These should droop on the ground, I think. When all the power's taken off, they should drop all the way down. But they don't. Oh, well, VFR flight, well done him. Anti-collision is off, so that shouldn't be flashing. All these little things that irk me somewhat. Anyway, let's disconnect. Let's get rid of that transition. And let's get back in here, get the nose down. Lights on. Don't think I need to worry about anything else. Let's have a look at the replay. course, lack of sound. X-America is, I think, the overlay used here. Should be a bit more accurate. It's not great though, is it? I know I was a little bit low to start off with. So why don't we run it back a bit? Watch from the threshold. I really don't know how that bounced. That was me trying to sort of flare as much as I could. I didn't think it was bad. Why did it bounce at, you know, that was almost tail wheel touching. So I thought I'd nailed that, and yet there was still a bounce. Still what was allegedly 400 feet a minute. I mean, I know we were a bit slow. Maybe it was a little firm. Speed was a bit low. That wasn't bad. Could have been a little bit better, but with the aeroplane as it is, didn't think that was bad. Stops pretty quick. I like how the runway drifts off the cliff there, which is quite nice. Terrain's not perfect, but you know what? The buildings don't look too bad. Certainly better than nothing. Anyway, welcome again to Barbados. We have been here before, but we've never done London to Barbados in one flight. And, oh, 4 hours. Are we going to do the return trip tomorrow? Yeah. If I'm not too busy at work and get some flight planning done tonight, plan the route for tomorrow, then we could be onto a winner. 80 packs again. We'll get straight out of this place, full throttle it all the way back to Blighty. Like I said, I would have liked to have done it today. I will still do some testing to see if I can get the frame issue sorted out. That's the only thing that worries me at night. Coming into Heathrow is that awful frame hit again. Because like I said, I still haven't figured it out. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's not going to be a problem here, clearly. So I'm in a bit of a pickle with that, to be honest. It's incredibly irritating. So we can get the INSs off. Expecting a ding then. Seaver's not active. Flies are all the way up for parking. Transponder is off and set. I mean, you'd leave those on really, wouldn't you? But turn that off. There is our aeroplane secured. They shouldn't be flashing. But there we are. Why don't we add some scenery. There we go. Get the door open. I would really like to see those edges. They were beautifully ovoid. I'd like to see that improved. That's pretty poor effort, to be honest. The aircraft model. There she is. Parked up in Barbados. Well, thanks for watching, if indeed you were. And I look forward to seeing you all again for the return trip, hopefully tomorrow. Like I said, would have preferred to have done it in the daytime, but you could see that even on departure we were getting frame rate issues, so I'm going to do some more digging, and hopefully, eventually, we will get there. I hope you enjoyed it, but for now, thanks very much. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Look after yourselves, and until the next time, stay safe, fly well, and bye bye for now.